another match point.
Incredible third set here.
They changed their strategy a little bit, and they fought their way back in.
There it is, game, set, and match.
Hello, and welcome to the 2024-25 APTA Tour. We're live from the Orchard Lake Country Club in Birmingham, Michigan, bringing you the Detroit Invitational Grand Prix, with live streaming brought to you by the APTA membership and our tour presenting sponsors, Volley and Cordian. Tournament support has been provided by the following local sponsors: Bank Rifkin, DAG Partners, Lux Homes, Oakland Hill Men's and Ladies Paddle Ladders, Orchard Lake Thursday Night Guys, Oswald Company, Relax the Back, Viking, Marsh McLennan Agency, Jack McNaughton, and Zimmer Biomet. I'm Lauren Mandel, along with Patty Hogan, bringing you this women's final between the number 1 seeds, Macy Elliott and Lynn Burus, and the number 3 seeds, B. Lopez and Taya Page. Welcome, Patty. I know we're both very excited for this match.
Ah, what a Sunday morning treat we have on the far side. In the light white sweatshirt, serving from the deuce court, that is half of our tournament number 1 seeded team of Macy Elliott. And in the at court, her partner, Lynn Burus. In the near court, 2 side, with that red, white, and blue paddle, B. Lopez. And in the at court, they're serving over to Lynn Burus. There's Taya Page. Our umpire for today's match is Dave Woodruff. This will be 2 out of 3 set regular scoring. Lauren, this is going to be really, I think, a super exciting, high-level women's paddle match.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Burus and Elliott are number 1, and deservedly so. But they did, in fact, lose to Lopez and Page in Baltimore in the semifinals, and it was a very interesting match. Lopez and Page were winning super easily, 6-1, 4-1, I believe. And suddenly, Burus and Elliott found a strategy that brought them right back into the match, and it ended up being a super close second set, 7-5. Lopez and Page pulled it out, but I'm curious to see, and I think that Burus and Elliott got back in that match by really using the blitz. So I'm curious to see if they use that from the get-go, but this is 4 incredibly talented, athletic, skilled women, no weaknesses, and I think we're just going to be in store for some great paddle here.
Yeah, this is I believe it's the 4th final of the year for Lopez and Page. They burst into the scene, met last summer in a summer paddle league, Lauren, as you know, and joined forces. And we saw them at the beginning of the season and said, oh boy, are they going to be good. And clearly after the midway point here in Detroit in the APTA's long season from October through March, they've established themselves clearly as one of the top 4 teams in the country. You know, they had that loss to Hanish Zabori at Baltimore. They went to Westchester, lost to Hanish Zabori again there. But
in a third set tiebreaker. I mean,
in a third, that was amazing. Then they won, you know, they went to Long Island and won that event. And here they are up against, you know, I think they're a very different team. And Burus Elliott, you know, we just know they're awesome. 2-time defending national champs. You know, we like to pick it. We talked about it on the air. I would say Page and Lopez are slight underdogs, so I'll pick the slight underdogs this morning.
Yeah, and you know, this is the 7th tournament that Page and Lopez have played this year. They've competed a lot, and we've watched them improve before our very eyes. So, you know, they've lost a few matches where they've had leads, and I think they've learned from it, and I think they're not gonna, you know, lift their foot off the gas pedal if they get ahead here. And at the same time, you know, if Elliott and Burus get ahead, we know what great front runners they are, and they could, you know, they're not going to let Lopez and Page back in. So I think the beginning of this match is going to be important, and I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out looser and more willing to take risks.
Burus Elliott, as we know, just went on a tear last year. The second part of the season starting, I believe, the Atlantic Classic. They won that event, beating Morgan Sikora. Last year they won Detroit here, beating Hanish Zabori. They won Short Hills, beating Hanish Sabori. They beat Morgan and Sikora at the Philly Open. And at Nationals, they beat Hallballer and Nicolescu in the finals. And so, you know, I just expected that Burus and Elliott, when they kicked off the season, you know, would take their game to another level. And I'll be, you know, I haven't seen them playing any differently because their style is winning and they're the best team in the women's game. But it's fascinating to me how I think, you know, great teams even can get better, but they need other great teams to push them to do different things. And I think having Pejic and Lopez in the mix in the top 4 in the women's game will, you know, watch out, because I think Burus Elliott will have to make adjustments and will get better as well. Does that make sense, Lauren?
Absolutely. You need better players to push you, to force you to keep adding things to your game.
Burus Elliott beat Behrens and Morgan in their semifinals last night, and Lopez and Pejic got by Hallballer and Jackson. Hallballer had a little bit tweaked, you know, kind of pulled a muscle in a quad or a groin or something last night. Unfortunately, a couple of games to go in that match. But nonetheless, we have a dream matchup here. Burus Elliott up against Lopez and Pejic.
Yeah, neither of these teams have faced too much stress on the way to the final. Lopez and Pejic only lost 8 games in 3 matches, and this is going to be the first, I think, real test for either of them, even though they both had tough first sets yesterday.
Well, I think these are 4 women who we will all consider elite players in the game, and that's why it is such a marquee matchup.
Here we go, Lynn Burus to serve.
And that's B. Lopez in the deuce court and Taya Pejic in the ad court. Had a wintry mix here in Detroit overnight, and thankfully we have a little window here, and you know, the court has held up well, and hoping that doesn't impact play here. Following the women's finals will be the men's finals, which will be another amazing matchup. We got McNerney and Morgan, who steamrolled Broderick Christian last night, and then Nunez Salazar had a very entertaining, amazing match. Topping Johan Durant and Stephen Mitchell in the semifinals on Stephen and Johan's return to the tour. Lauren, this is kind of what I expect. A lot of balls going over toward that ad corner from Elliott and Burus, you know, toward Pejic. Mm-hmm. And you saw how far Lopez sneaks over to the middle. You know, he snuck over to the middle there to hit that topspin forehand up the line winner. That shows you a little something.
That forehand, yeah. I mean, they're quick. These women are all quick.
So right away, crystal clear. Boom, boom, boom. At court play. Go after Pejic there. And that's, you know, they have so much respect for Lopez's game over there in that deuce court.
I've been impressed with how well Pejic handles the rollers, and you know, she can block them, she can let them go and catch up with them. She's fast enough, and whoop, there we go.
And I mean, just Pejic's play this season, you know, I'd never seen her play before the first tournament of the year, and her screenplay has improved 1,000%. And that's the thing, you know, it's so tough, that decision making. Do I let it go in? Do I block it? When do you do each? And, you know, there's no shortcut for figuring that out. You just got to be out there, get pounded, screw it up plenty of times, and then all of a sudden, the game kind of slows down, and you realize how much time you have by using the screens.
Yeah, and I mean, you can, and these women do practice a lot, but I think you can't. There's no substitute for playing tournaments and getting the reps in tournaments and in big moments, and that's why I think it's it's been so beneficial to Lopez and Pejic that they've played 7 tournaments. Okay, good service, first service game from Burus.
You know, Burus, what a serve. You know,
What
when
a
she
serve,
gets
yep.
that thing going, one of the, you know, it's really a dominant shot. And, you know, Macy Elliott, we know as a couple, she's got some variety in her serve. And, you know, they are such a good team because they can make every volley, and their serves can be dominant shots. And that's a difference. But yesterday, during the match, watching Lopez and Pejic as well, they went for some serves, and my co-commentator was so impressed that, you know, they were hitting it, and just really fun to see that skill level and the willingness to go for it, you know, and the athletic ability. And just another thing why the women's game is so exciting to watch now with the rise of Lopez and Pejic.
I think Lopez and Pejic always go for their serves. I mean, they both have big serves, and they hit them. Sometimes they miss them, but they both have really big, solid serves.
So that's Taya Pejic serving, and that's Lynn Burus hitting that return in bright pink, Macy Elliott.
That's where Pejic and Lopez, they sometimes have a little bit of confusion about who's taking balls, lobs at the net. Whoops. Sometimes you go to hit a spin overhead and you just don't catch it right and you completely mishit it, and that's what happened to Lynn Burus there.
Yep. And I think to your point, Macy Elliott, you know, playing that deuce court, got an easy forehand and was able to put that lob in that awkward spot for any two righties to defend. And I think you go back another step and you just avoid hitting that ball to her forehand like that. The shot has to be a little bit more purposeful, the overhead, in my opinion.
There you see that Pejic also likes to hit that forehand.
And one of the things, Macy Elliott, I think what makes her such a tremendous player at the net, she fears nothing. And, you know, when she sees that, you know, that drive coming out of that deuce court, she closes in. You know, when she plays against Saborian Hanish, when she sees the drive coming, she closes in as well as any woman in the game on the volley, in my opinion.
Oof.
What an angle.
Tremendous forehand from Pejic on out of the deuce court.
And that's the thing, you know, she never thought twice about hitting that shot. She hit what a lot of us would consider a way low percentage shot. But to my point, Elliott had closed and was really almost over a little too far, and there was a little window, and they were able to hit it. Incredible shot. Burus Elliott got off to a little bit of a slow start. I think you mentioned it, Lauren, against Behrens and Morgan yesterday. And, you know, when they play and they are loose and free swinging, oh boy. But, you know, it's natural. You start out here early going. Everybody's just kind of feeling their way, trying not to be the one who misses in the early going. But once they start ripping those ground strokes, watch out. And you said when these two teams met earlier, Burus and Elliott turned the match around by blitzing. I actually think that's a good strategy for Lopez and Pejic, because I think, particularly if you lob, you're pushing back Macy Elliott, she's masterful letting that ball drop and hitting that kind of, you know, push deep overhead. And, you know, showing a blitz or making a move in would potentially force Elliott, you know, to swing harder on that shot in that situation, you know, just going for a slightly riskier shot. So I'll be looking to see if they apply some pressure to Macy Elliott when she's backed up. when she's backing up at the net. Macy hits a lot more push overheads than Lynn, would you say, or
Yes.
getting closer?
Yes. You see Elliott serving out way wide.
I love the overhead variety from Macy Elliott here in this point. And you can see Elliott and Burus have switched courts, no big deal. They won their first national title together with Macy Elliott in the ad court.
Perfect roller from the deuce court. You saw in that point Lynn Burus thinking about sneaking in for a blitz.
Lauren, what do you think Paige and Lopez have to do to pull this match out? What do you think?
Well, I think they have to continue to lob well. And, you know, I don't think they have to do anything that they don't normally do. I think they have to play within themselves. I mean, they've beaten Elliott and Burus before, and I was going to say, if they can keep their errors to a minimum, there's no reason they can't win. I mean, the same thing is true for the other team, but I think that when you have two pretty evenly matched teams, it's just going to come down to who executes better, who finds a hole in the other team better. We'll have to keep an eye on Macy Elliott's serve. She missed 3 serves that game. We'll see if she continues to hit her big serve, if she goes to her reliable push serve.
Yeah, and she stood so far out to the right. Did you notice that, and how sideways she was? She was going for a different kind of serve, and the serve she just tried to hit is a hard serve to pull off from that wide over. You know, and I think the toss kind of caught her in a weird spot, and she dumped in. And we'll see if that break of serve early on is critical or not. In Burus Elliott's win last night over Barron's Morgan, Lauren, it was an amazing match in that, the score wasn't as close, but it really came down to one service break in the first set of Allison Morgan, and another, I think there were 2 breaks of Morgan in the second set only. So very few service breaks with this, the colder weather, the heavier ball here, a little bit of dampness in the air. I think that early break could be huge for Paige and Lopez.
There's the blitz.
That's exactly what you said. Turn that other match.
They got to watch it, because I don't think that Lopez called it out.
Okay, so a team's blitzing against you. So what else do you do besides trying to look up and call it out to your partner? What are your other options? Like, what do you do then?
Well, to stop the blitz, or once they blitz?
Yeah, stop the blitz. Goes back to your earlier point. You said they've got to lob well, right? They've got to lob well when they're there.
Yes.
And then I think I got an answer, so I'm going to answer it. I put you on the block because I was thinking of something. And sorry about that, Lauren, but I was thinking.
I just didn't. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, as a shorter girl playing this sport, there were times where I let the ball go on purpose over me when there was a lob, rather than me hit a ball from 3/4 depth that I knew I couldn't generate enough pace on my overhead to negate where that person was moving in against me, and so I would let the ball go on purpose and just give up the net. I didn't worry about it. So if I started getting blitzed, because I hit a lot of those push types of shots because of my height, but I just stopped doing that and would just let it go to almost discourage their deep lobbing because it didn't pay dividends, if that
And you
makes
see,
sense.
yes, and you see here where what we were saying before, there was confusion here, and they both went for it, and neither of them hit it.
And
Yeah, I mean, I think that the first thing to do is see if they can be successful with the blitz, right? If Burus and Elliott, if Lopez and Page can counter the blitz, okay, then they're not going to worry about it. But if they can't, then they'll have to, you know, find another strategy, such as you said.
yeah. And I think they have to avoid hitting off-speed balls at Macy Elliott in that deuce court. I think Macy is just wonderful at planting the lobs. Putting the lobs in a place that's going to be a real awkward coverage, I would say. But I think they should go after Macy with spins, slashes, rollers versus that
Yep.
off-speed ball, because I think she's way too good a spot lobber. And
Yes.
the hardest place to defend lobs for two righties is coming out of that deuce corner.
Scoreboard is incorrect right now. It's 15-40, 2-1 for Lopez Page.
Thank you.
They're still in this game.
Our psychic
There's
score.
the blitz. There's the blitz.
Right, she showed the move, and then she wasn't involved, so then she backed off. That's a key part of the blitz. Know when to leave town.
Right. Know when to get out of dodge. And that's what I mean. I mean, if Burris is going to blitz, but it's not going to end up hurting them, then they can continue to do what they're doing. Great shot. I don't know if she meant to hit it that well and that short, but
Of course she did.
of course she did. Either way, we're at 2-all. The break has been broken back. Back to Burus serving, who held quite easily in the first game.
Wow. The pace that Lopez can generate, and she's a tiny one.
Yep.
And she knocks it. And Mirta Moldaveld commented on she had the opportunity. She's used to play on the tour a lot. Has been out of it. She's teaching in Detroit, but just out of tournament play, and she got to play Lopez and Page yesterday. And her remark was, "Oh my Lord, just the speed, their speed, the speed they hit the ball." She just was blown away by how good they were.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the court with Taya Page, and same thing. She's not a big person, but she packs a lot of punch.
And this is what makes them so amazing as a team, the 1-2 combination. They feed off each other. They go for high percentage drives with a lot of tops and a lot of dipping balls, and then if the opponents hit short, not an outright winner drop shot like Macy did, but if they hit short, then the other one, is there to pounce. And so they are relentless in their ability to be aggressive and, just keep it firing at you. They really put most teams on the defensive. Two break points here on the Burus serve.
Down to one.
No problem. Let me just crush a roller. Burus serving, Page returning.
Lobs are getting short.
Yeah, she put a lot of spin on that ball.
I wasn't sure if she was going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, if the lobs are going to be short, then it's going to be a long day for Lopez and Page because Elliott and Burus have too much on their overheads. Too many options. Whoops.
Good serve. Nice serve. Nice serve.
And the thing is, Lopez and Page have so much firepower, but to your point, in women's play, it's dependent upon the success of their lobs, because the better they lob, the more looks they're going to get on better shots that then they can hit and possibly force a volley error.
Got her. Handcuffed her.
Yeah, really good speed right there. And you didn't see any movement from Burus to move and shut down the middle, and get ready maybe with a backhand to stuff that volley. She kind of played off the net there and got handcuffed. Couldn't come up with a shot. Back to deuce.
Totally lost it off her paddle.
See if they can get their lobs deeper. Still all out of you see that Elliott and Burus are in the service box for all these overheads. You want to get them out of there.
Yep. And I think Page has to mix it up. We need to get some lobs up the line a little bit. You can see Macy Elliott over there in bright pink. Clearly knows she's hitting most of the balls. I always think that down the line or up the line lob is huge to open up some court for yourselves. Third break point of the game.
Got the seam.
Great spot. She got Burus to reach for that ball. Macy, Elliott was up there. She stayed pretty disciplined, but that's the thing. I think that's why, hands down to me, that Macy Elliott, one of the top volleyers in the women's game, because she'll get right in there and get on top of the net and not allow that ball to dip low below the level of net at all. So, Lauren, we can see the importance of serve and volley. Well, why not train in real game scenarios with serve and volley, the world's first responsive play drill? Volley's new AI powered feature tracks your position, the ball, and returns every serve for targeted practice. Try it today on the Volley app. So
let's see if we can get a hold here. Both of these teams are very good at communicating, and
they know how to slow down play. Let's call it. And it's funny, each team is doing their own little, gamesmanship thing. When one's ready to go, then the other team might break into a little chat. Kind of funny.
you see,
And right here, clearly,
Page is ready.
the serving team is more than ready to go. So I actually kind of like that move that Paige just did, and she just said, I'm ready. I'm going to hit the ball. She wasn't trying to hit anybody, but clearly something's going on. Burus, Elliott taking a lot of time here.
All right, looks like all four of them are ready.
Praise the Lord. No surprises, Lauren, in the match so far.
Yeah, I mean it's as we expected. It doesn't nobody's looking like you could confidently say they're going to win this match.
It's interesting when
Great get, that hit the top of the, I guess she made it.
it seems like when Elliott's hitting the overheads for Burus and Elliott, that she's keeping, I would say 80% of her shots over to Paige in that ad corner. Mm-hmm. When Burus is hitting her overheads, you see her kind of go after B a little bit, Lopez, in that deuce court. Interesting, different tactics there.
There's the blitz.
See, the thing is, you look at Lopez, Paige, you watch them, how they're managing themselves. They walked on this court expecting to win. Don't you agree?
I do. I mean, they've had a lot of practice in these playing against these top players this year, and they have the confidence now.
He's a rackets pro over at the Orange Lawn Club. She played college tennis, Columbus State. University of Georgia. Taya Page lives up in Stamford, Connecticut, teaches at the Stamford Yacht Club. She was born in Croatia. B. Lopez was born in Spain. Among all her other accolades, B. Lopez is our defending mixed national champ. She won with her partner, Alvi Regalado, last year. And Lauren, I'm a big fan of women playing mixed doubles at that high level because it just, you get to see so much of the speed, the spins, and then you get out here in women's play and you don't, it's not as, it's not in your face on every point. But when you play against the few women at the top of the game who have those skills, you're so much better able to defend it. And I think Lopez's success in mixed has gone a long way this year in terms of her confidence and her play. Entering really her second season of competitive play.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, absolutely. If you can handle what's coming at you in mixed, you're going to be in good shape and you're going to feel good on the court.
Yeah, Page and Lopez, it just comes down to their, defense of the net and calling out and understanding who's supposed to take, who's in a better position to hit the overheads. And the more that Burus Elliott can lob effectively deep up the middle, I think that's the problem spot, clearly.
Clearly. Yep.
That Lopez and Page are sorting through here. Sometimes I see them shift over more than other matches, all depending on, who they're playing against, I think for sure.
This time Elliott with the blitz.
You think Macy making the move up in bright pink would be seen, but apparently not.
They didn't see her, I don't think. But they managed to counter it. That's a great spot. You see that right at the right hip, and Elliott couldn't get her racket there quickly enough.
And I personally think that scenario started with Lopez's, first it was Lopez, and then Page got 2 more shots, and that's what I'm saying. The reason why I think they're such an amazing team, so much talent, is that they are just relentless with their ground strokes, and they just, they make such a high percentage, and they feed off each other, as well as any team in the women's game, in my opinion. So Lopez Page up 4-2, first set, finals, Detroit Invitational.
All right, let's keep a close eye on what Elliott does here with her serve.
She's not standing out quite so
she's not.
quite so wide.
There it is, the push.
Yep. And that's her old steady reliable.
Stays
serve.
low, reliable, stays low. Terrific lob.
She just overjuiced it there. She had the whole lane open. Macy had made a big move. She kind of went a little early in bright pink. And Paige saw it, just didn't make it.
See Lopez and Page being very deliberate, not giving Elliott and Burus anything they can use offensively.
A little bit of steam rising from the courts out here.
Looks a little apocalyptic.
Just feels like Lopez Page have settled in at the net, and their indecision has lessened in the last game or so, I think.
More short lobs. You don't want to give Lynn Burus all those short lobs to work with.
Uh, 35.
Kind of an awkward move there. Burus kind of reached up for that overhead, had a pretty awkward ball. I thought if she just let it drop, she could hit a little bit, kind of like that little slash type of shot, but I think she was undecided on that and dumped it in the net. Pejic and Lopez just kept it going, moving their lob a little bit, got it to that spot, just caused a little uncertainty. I think we'll see more of that. Great play out of that ad court. Way to move the ball around, took it up the line again. I think Elliott's just got to sit tight, not make a move to the middle. I don't think you have to cover for Lynn at all in that situation. I think you have to hold the line.
Yeah, I mean, Paige is really, she's zoned in on that forehand right down to a couple of boards there. She's putting it in the exact perfect place every time.
See, I thought that was a great lob, and I would have loved to seen Pejic or Lopez, one of them, make a move in, show the blitz as well. Use the tactics that people used against you.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't shown the blitz at all, but I think they feel like they don't need to.
I'm just a fan of kind of planting a seed and just do one, put it in there so you feel comfortable making a move at a critical point, possibly toward the end of a set. But not too often so that you're still able to catch your opponents by surprise. I don't recall so many games where you see Elliott and Burus struggling to hold serve, Lauren.
No, well, they're not usually struggling at all.
See, yeah, that's a quickness court coverage that you get with Lopez and Pejic. And they're just relentless, pound, pound, pound. Good hands from Burus and Elliott.
Yeah, they survived the onslaught there and are rewarded with a game point and a big serve from Macy Elliott. Well, that was almost a blitz.
Yep.
Tremendous hold from Macy Elliott. Really well done.
I don't know if you heard me talking yesterday, but our tournament directors out here, Lincoln's done a great job. Kati has done a great job. I don't know if you heard the story about Kati, who actually was Macy's coach. Recruited her to play at SMU.
Yes, I did hear you talk about that.
Yeah, told me about remembering her family visit to Evansville, Indiana, I believe, where Macy was born, and what a delightful young woman she was, and just someone who worked as hard as any athlete she had to really pursue her racket's passion. And, she took no shortcuts. She worked really hard. Great player, great worker, great team member. Kati loved coaching her. That's B. Lopez serving. Macy Elliott hitting the return. Macy's the pro up at Rolling Hills Country Club in Wilton. I believe they're going to be the host site for the next stop on the APTA Tour, Lauren, in January.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you're very excited about that.
um,
You're over the moon thrilled. You're doing cartwheels. Sorry, I know you couldn't talk
yeah, I'm a big cartwheel. I'm a big cartwheel aficionado.
with the headset.
Do you want to do it on the change of... Two? Yep. Good. There you go. Yep. I got you.
Ooh,
Oops,
almost.
that's the spot.
Yeah, that's
That's
it's
the
killing
spot.
him.
And that really was Lopez's ball. She was the player to the left of the two as we saw that camera view from behind them.
No, that's
And, that's what Elliott is so masterful at, just spotting those lobs to the spot where it's constant decision making, and she's willing to wait it out for them to screw up, and they did.
And I think I think Paige deferred to Lopez, and Lopez thought Paige was getting it, and they ended up in a weakened position. So that was some very good lobbing by Burus and Elliott, finding the holes, and that's what I meant. It could come down to that. Who can exploit positioning better? Because skill-wise, there's very little separating these teams. But in the meantime, Burus and Elliott have erased a 4-2 deficit and are serving to take the lead.
by the time I moved out of the way. 35. 35. Is that right? Yeah. I like the change up a little bit. We need to make them think. Where do you go? Right here.
There again is that right hip forehand that Paige has got. She's got it nailed today. When you give her a short ball, it's tough to defend.
On screen. Good, Vic. Two. Here you go, screen.
Over and over, so much great lobbing from Elliott in that deuce court. She hit like 5 really tough spots, just went a little long on that. And actually, I think Lopez and Paige might have to consider, a little bit of overhead variety over to Burus, just because it's an easier lob for them to get the read on early from that ad court. And I think Elliott is a really a superior spot lobber between Burus and Elliott at this point. But that is dangerous strategy to have to bring Lynn into it any more than, than you really want to do. But that's where the lobbing, it's such a factor out here in women's play. Shout out to Amin Kaduri, enjoying the action. Right out there in Detroit. Just a little bummed his Boston buds, Johan and Steven, didn't make it to today, but semifinal finish for Johan and Steven in their return to the APTA Tour.
And how great to have them out here.
I love it. One of the most amazingly talented teams. So fun to watch them play and compete. They're big into pickleball. They own some, I think they have 2 different facilities now in the Boston area. So they're not teaching as much paddle, still doing a lot of their camps in New Hampshire. But, you know, fan favorite. Everyone loves watching Durant Mitchell. So glad they're back. Shout out to Damian Johnson, APTA president. Never misses a match, I don't think. And, you know, we got to give umpire Mike Himsky some airtime. He's out of the Indian Trail Club up in Franklin Lakes. That's how he gets on the live stream, consistent basis. He's an umpire.
I'll do it. Lob's getting shorter and shorter.
No, yeah, I'm running. In case I'm running, you know, now we know, right? We're like, let's go. Again. Here we go.
Ooh. Good pickup from Burus. That was a tough shot. All right, Patty, 4 all 30 all. You can't get any closer.
See that footwork from Lopez, moved way over, really took a good swing on that ball, just came up a little short.
Big hold from Burus from down love 30. Now Burus and Elliott have won 3 games in a row.
They are on a roll at the end of the set. How many times have we seen that?
Yeah.
Lauren, lots going on this weekend around the paddle country. Mid-Atlantic Men's Classic. The Odin Cox Memorial event was going on at Stonington. The New Jersey Men's League Classic. 260 teams played yesterday, and I just got an update from a couple of people, Ron Cummins and Dave Broderick. And in that tournament, Mick Erdoya is playing with Erdoya Zimmer. Past winners will play the semis against Russell Benkeim, who the viewers all know, and Zach Rosenau out of the Short Hills Club, and another Short Hills team, Chris Humphreys, teaming up with Willie Kendall. They're coming up against Alvi Regalado and his partner out of the Orange Lawn Club, Waldman. I forget Waldman's first name, but New Jersey League Classic is unique in that the pros can't play with another pro. In the League Classic, they play with one of their members. So really fun, historic event in New Jersey platform tennis, and they have a great night on Monday night. Semis and finals will be played, I think, out of Fairmont Country Club, where Blake Anderson's the director. So exciting paddle wrapping up the first half of the platform tennis season for the APTA.
Yeah, and plenty more to go after the holidays.
Jersey loves having Lynn Burus in the house. She's the director of Red Playing Field, I think I mentioned before. She moved from Roxitticus. She's got a lot of fans in New Jersey paddle. So we're thrilled to have her running one of the programs at the prestigious Playing Field Country Club. Great membership. One of my favorite memberships I've ever been involved with. And of course, shout out to Clarissa O'Hearn, who probably watches just as much paddle as Griffin Kramer. And almost as much as Shayna Roberts. She's enjoying the action. Shayna's up in the Boston area. Big fan of Steven and Johans.
Something happened here. I don't know if something blew on the court. Okay, Taya Page serving at 30 love, trying to get her team back even here.
Yeah, Burus, Elliott, you can feel it. They're a little chomping at the bit here, a little frustrated, but you know, it's kudos to Pejic and Lopez are doing a phenomenal job here. They are tough out, as they say, on every single point, Lauren. You know, they are true competitors.
Yeah, a few errors that game from Burus Elliott, but like you said, I mean, Lopez Page could have been discouraged. They lost 3 games in a row. They had been completely in control of this set, and but they served to stay in it, and we're at 5-all, which seems very fitting for this set.
Damien Johnson is particularly pumped because the Fairfield Open event, a new event on the APTA Tour, that's going to kick off our January. Then we'll head out to the Midwesterns in Cincinnati. Then it goes to Boston for the 3rd Grand Prix of the year. Swings back to New Jersey for the Ridgewood Classic. We go back out to Chicago for the Birchwood Open. We come back to Short Hills for the 4th Grand Prix of the year. Indianapolis, and then back to Philly Cricket. Nationals, led by the one and only Bruce Redpath.
Sounds great. You see Elliott taking a practice serve with a new ball, and here we go, 5-all.
A little bit of a reaching volley.
Yeah, it's so clear to see, right, on the live stream when they reach and the ball flies, when their body's not behind them. I mean, if we could only eliminate that from all of our games, we'd be
And I'm kind
so
of
happy.
surprised, Lauren, because Elliott's been beaten up her line a couple times by Page.
Yep.
And she continues to make that move, which is highly effective against other teams. I don't think it's the play against Page and Lopez, personally.
Well, I mean, they've been hugely successful at hitting behind her, so, and getting her to have to volley at her right hip. It's totally different when she's in position and stationary than she handles all those volleys.
And I think it also lets Burus really confidently move to her right. I think if you know your partner is going to be sneaking in front of you sometimes, you tend to maybe hang out and not make as big a commitment to the next ball. Mike Raleigh says it over and over. I heard him say it yesterday. You know, you look at this, such a high level of play because all four of these women have the incredible fundamentals. They've got every basic shot, and then they mix in the spin variety on overheads, maybe a drop volley, et cetera, et cetera. You know, but, you know, the game is built on all four of these players are just rock solid fundamentally.
Yep, they all volley, drive, lob, and serve well. And are quick and athletic.
Yeah, really good deep lob up the line there. Yep. Caught Burus, kind of, I think she got surprised and a little indecisive there. I didn't know if she was going to let that ball go through or not. But really good dipping ball out of that deuce court from Lopez, just at that in-between pace, making it a really tough decision for Burus.
Okay, and Lopez and Page are in the driver's seat again, serving for the set.
Pretty exciting play here, Lauren. You know, really high level. They've settled in. You know, I think all four women are doing an outstanding job here. And, you know, Lopez and Page, I feel like they're playing pretty as expected. I feel like Burus and Elliott, I think they have some room to improve their level in this match.
Yeah, and I'm sure that we will see them do that. So Lopez and Page have to keep trying to keep their nose out in front here and try to weather the barrage when Burus and Elliott pick up their level.
Yep, Burus and Elliott, you know, I think they got to go for it a little bit. They have such phenomenal returns to serve. I think they can go a little bigger on their returns and put a little more pressure on Lopez and Page from the onset here. But maybe Elliott's thinking, why go big, risk an error when I'm lobbing and causing a little bit of confusion.
Right. I mean, I'm very watching very closely this game to see Page and Lopez at the net and how careful they are, because they've definitely lost a bunch of points where they both go for the same ball. They can't afford to do that. But Elliott's going to keep trying to make them do it.
Yep. Right, and Elliott's just thinking she's got to move that lob. She's kind of working, and she'll take, you know, it might take her 6 or 7 lob attempts to find the spot that causes the real confusion. Right there, an adjustment. You see how far over and dropping back Page made. I thought that would be the adjustment that they would make at some point. I think that's big if she can continue to do that. Then it will kind of open up a lot of court in front of her for Elliott. But Elliott's sort of in a lobbing mode more than an aggressive, looking for aggressiveness off the, off the deck, Lauren, it seems.
Well, look how far behind the baseline she is, right? She's not going to most likely drive from there.
Right, and I think she is playing pretty deep. I'd like her to move in a little bit.
Yeah.
Take a little time away from Lopez and Page.
Burus is either going to blitz or come over and try to sneak a forehand in.
Right. They are freezing her out, as they say.
Yep.
And see, that's why I think Macy, I'd like to see like an off-speed little chip backhand or little chip forehand, just a little short shot, just to make it a little less predictable right now.
Yeah, she seems really committed to just lobbing.
And she's got those little short abbreviated shots, not a big backswing, not a big follow through, and that's where throwing in that little off-speed ball lower, I think, would serve her well. Don't you feel like Lopez and Page lockdown mode at the net? Just unwilling to go for anything more.
And same with Elliott. So this point could go on forever.
This could take us right into the Fairfield tournament after the new year.
Oh, there's the blitz, but that she's not getting any real touches on the blitz.
She's going over and over more. She's squeezing the court. She's so tempting them, giving them the court behind her. But, you know, there's the first shot in about 25. Yep.
As you said, and I was going to say, like, at some point, she's going to come over so far, they're going to slide one behind her, and if it's a good shot, they're going to win the point, and that's what happened.
What discipline from Lopez and Page. They had opportunities to go behind Lynn there, and that's fascinating. They really held it to the perfect time. Lynn went a little too far even for Lynn.
Yeah, with her great range.
See, that's a great rip from Burus. I think that's why I'm saying I'd like to see them go for a little bit more on their returns. Lauren, Damian Johnston has a question for you. Do you feel like the wet conditions out here are changing anything, or does it have any impact, do you think, on the match at this point?
I don't think it looks like it's having any impact, no. Do you?
I'd agree. I don't think it's a factor. But Damian is so wise. He sees things. He might see something we don't.
What does Damian see?
I don't know. He asked you. He wanted me to ask you.
I don't think so. My answer is no.
So Lopez and Page up 6-5, first set, up 30 love. Detroit Invitational Finals. Following this, men's final action, and breaking the weather is much appreciated by everybody. Thank you, Mother Nature.
Triple set point, Patty.
Wow. Great rip up the middle. Lopez was wise to let that ball go through. Go back and play the baseline. Totally comfortable with that. Lopez is over there in that ad court. Not looking for a switch back necessarily.
Great roller right at Page.
Yeah, and that roller overhead from Burus, lethal at that deuce court player, and that's where Page not used to seeing it as much as Lopez. Real good overhead from Burus. Perfect timing for it.
All right, one set point saved, 2 to go. There's a couple of drives from Elliott, changing the look a little at least.
I think that's critical for them because I do feel like if Macy were to do that, it would bring Lynn's offense into this match more.
Well, that lob went out, and that's the first set, and we'll be right back in just a moment after these messages right here on the AP.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends, and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Wait, what?
And we're, by the way, we're just back in.
We could use AI to do a version like of grab
Welcome back, Lauren.
Welcome back to the APTA Tour. We're here at the Detroit Invitational in Birmingham, Michigan, with the second set of this women's final between Lynn Burus and Macy Elliott and B. Lopez and Taya Page. Lopez and Page took a very tight first set, 7-5, lots of ups and downs. Patty, what are you looking for in the second set?
Well, I think more of the same. I think that Lopez and Page came into this with a real disciplined game plan, making a phenomenal percentage of their shots when they're pulling the trigger, putting a lot of pressure. Only area of difficulty they seem to be having is when Elliott hits the really good lobs out of that deuce court that causes a little confusion between the two of them. But other than that, they're handling this situation beautifully. I think Burus, Elliott, like we just said, you know, they've got to figure out how to bring Lynn's offense into this match here from the baseline, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think that in order to do that, I think Macy Elliott's going to maybe have to change her strategy in the deuce court. And, I mean, she's lobbing so well. And like you said, she does create that confusion. But they're also willing, Lopez and Page, to just let her hit 10,000 lobs. And Burus is having trouble getting involved. She's not able to get anything going with the blitz. And she's not getting any other balls from the back. So
what did he do? What did he do? If you could whisper in Elliott and Burus's ear right now, what would you say?
Well, if I were Elliott, I would change it up in the back. I would like, you know, she hit a few sort of non-committal drives in the last game instead of just lobbing. And maybe they switch sides, you know, on a couple points during the point, just to change the look, because Lopez and Page look awfully comfortable.
Good points. I wonder what Damian Johnson would recommend. Hey, Damian, why don't you text me? Tell me what you would do if you're coaching Burus and Elliott. I'm not sure if they've reached out to you for your guidance yet. Everyone else has on the APTA. So just curious what you think, Damian. So, Lauren, you're Paige Lopez. What are you thinking?
I'm pretty happy that I pulled out that first set. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Just, you know, they seem to have come to some sort of conclusion on those middle balls. They don't look as likely to bash into each other at the net. And they're playing a really good game a really good strategy from the back. You know, they're lobbing well, they're driving well.
Wow.
That's a great shot from way under the height of the net.
Big time shot. What court coverage right there, and then, you know, the control of her paddle right there from way below, and just hit that ball up the middle, and just that ball stayed down low, unreturnable. Phenomenal. They look so smooth to me right now, Lauren. Baseline play with Lopez and Page.
Good move by Elliott and Burus to take a minute here.
Damian Johnson's suggestion is that they change into matching outfits. I might have made that up, Lauren. Damian told me he had nothing.
You saw there that Lopez moved sideways to the ball without stepping in, and that's the kiss of death on a drive or a return. It was a big point. Great job by Burus and Elliott resetting here, getting back in this game. This first game here feels very important.
I would say critical for Burus Elliott. Just for themselves, I feel like they're just lacking a little energy.
Right, they need something to pump them up. Like you saw them get pumped up after that last point, so that's a good sign for them. Gosh, Paige has gotten Elliott many, many times to hit a volley long. I don't remember seeing Elliott miss so many volleys.
I think we talked about it a little earlier, a little jumpy up there. And, I personally think Macy holds her ground and Burus slides a little over. They just can pack in and form that wall on top of the net, and they could force Page and Lopez to go for more and perhaps get them to play at a little lower percentage rate on, their execution of their drives. So break of Burus here to start the second set. We're in the finals of Detroit. I'm Patty Hogan along with Lauren Mandel. We are watching phenomenal matchup between our tournament number 1 seeded team of Lynn Burus and Macy Elliott, our 2-time defending national champs, up against tournament number 3 seeded team of B. Lopez and Taya Page. And Lopez Page came out great, solid game plan, super disciplined play, high level of consistency, missing nothing, very few unforced errors. And they're up 7-5, 1-love, second set. Okay, so you're Burus Elliott right now, Lauren. What are you thinking?
you're thinking, I'm going to hang in there, I'm going to keep playing my game, and I'm going to hope that that I can somehow keep this match close.
Yeah, I just feel that Elliott's got to bring Burus into this set more. That's tough to do, and I liked your point earlier about throwing a mix-up, just change it up so that, we see the overhead coverage from Page and Lopez. They're spot on. Seems like very little confusion the last, couple of games at the net. Oh, here we go.
There
And
we
I
go.
love that play from Elliott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, what she should do, Elliott, she's been lobbing down the middle because of the confusion. But if she lobs down the line, then maybe she can get some balls over to her partner. That's the best way to try to do it. And she's been so focused on the middle with good reason. But now that doesn't seem to be working as well, I think she's got to go to some down the line lobs.
You got to mix it up, right? Every good team, they're going to get so used to, certain scenarios of shots and sequences, and I do think you have to mix it up.
That ball went out, so it's point to the service team because it didn't hit the screen before it went out. Great serve.
So Damian Johnson, he's still working on this, and Burus Elliott, they've got to have that goldfish memory going. They got to channel Ted Lasso. Just go forward from here. He thinks they probably need to be a little pickier about the drives they take. And he's realizing what a lot of us have realized, and he's seeing it here. It's almost like B and Taya are playing similar style as what Alvi and Regalado and Jose Salazar do. They're, just great footwork, great court coverage, super disciplined play, never overhit. Don't rely on a tremendous amount of power, but when they get the opportunity in the short ball, they will bring, take their shots and bring that power. So, they have, just like Regalado Salazar, these young players all seem to have that wisdom, and it didn't take them 15 years to figure it out. They figured it out at the very beginning.
Yeah, and they pinpoint their drives so well that when Burus and Elliott start moving at the net, they can catch them like they are here.
Right, because I don't think that Burus Elliott, formed that traditional wall of backhands, and I do think that it would help them. They tend to, Lynn doesn't slide as far over to her right as, let's say, when I play, I'm so much shorter than Lynn. If I don't slide over, I can't cover the middle. Where I think she's real confident just standing there and reaching and covering, but I think you pay a price for that against a team like Lopez and Page, and that play out of that ad court with Page is really kind of, showing a little bit of vulnerabilities in their positioning.
She is, because she's picking her spots so well.
Are we at a must-hold moment here for Burus Elliott?
I don't know. I wouldn't, paddle's a funny game, and I wouldn't count them out even if they're down 3-love, but
Never.
that is just a long road to hoe, and I'm quite sure they would like to hold here and stay within a game of their opponents.
You know, Lopez and Page, I just feel like they're playing at such a high level, so disciplined. Burus and Elliott, I don't think they can, like, their mentality is not, okay, let's just keep doing this because at some point they're going to cool off. I don't think Lopez Page cool off, personally. I think their level is really consistent throughout this whole match so far.
And so far, Macy Elliott, who's struggled a bit with her serve this match, has served an excellent game, which helps.
You see Lynn there almost bending her knees on that overhead, Lauren. You know, I think that Lynn is, plays really upright. And, I mean, but when she uses her legs on her overheads more, watch out.
She missed it. It's the right time to do it.
Yeah, perfect setup. She'd thrown the ball inside out over to that ad quarter and then took it back straight ahead at Lopez. To Lopez's, credit, her play, in defending that shot this season, forces Elliott to actually go for maybe a little too much at times.
Oh boy, would Lopez like to take that return again. But we say that Elliott's serve stays low. Not as easy to return as it looks. Here comes the big serve.
Great defense from Burus and Elliott. They kind of survived the onslaught of successive drives from Lopez and Page, and here we go. We start again.
Oof.
Oh, boy, what a flyer.
Yeah, but you did what they said. They closed the middle off there and formed a wall, and there was no hole for Page to get that drive through.
But I think that's the difference with Page and Lopez from what I see that from a lot of players, Lauren, where they'll just keep pounding and they know they're just going to, each successive drive into that middle area is going to break down their opponents. You get a shorter and shorter ball and watch out. See, this is where I'd love to see Page sneak in a little bit, just to apply a little visual pressure from that ad court, to the eyes of Burus and Elliott. Wow, what a rip. You know, Burus, Elliott from, the second half of last season, they hit their stride. You're thinking, what's it going to take to knock them off? Well, Lopez and Page seem to have some of the answers here.
Well, we're still a ways away. You know, it's awfully hard to close out a big match, especially against the #1 team in the finals of a Grand Prix. But they're getting closer and closer.
Well, it kind of feels like it's their match to lose, not Burus and Elliott's match to lose at this point.
At this point, yeah. Especially if they win this point.
That's out.
Oh, just missed with the lob.
Yeah, I just felt that early break of Burus in this set was like a big psychological victory for Lopez and Page. See, some of those short lobs, I think Burus has to make Lopez pay more by hitting a really hard aggressive spin roller or a slash. But Burus, kind of still reaches up and hits up on that ball. And that contact point results in a higher bouncing ball. And I think getting the ball low to Lopez is key. Lower, I should say.
Great hold from Macy Elliott. Big difference between 2-1 and 3-love. Big difference.
Routine hold. Routine half-hour hold.
Incredible hold. You could just feel the each point dripping with tension too.
Yeah, I know that Elliott and Burus can come back. If they lost the first set 6-0 and we're down 5-0, I still would believe they could find a way to come back. But, I mean, they're that good. I get that. I just think Lopez Page, what I meant, it was their match to lose. I just felt that they had the upper hand, and the match was kind of going along the lines of how they wanted this match to play out. And I think Burus and Elliott would agree this match is not sort of playing out the way that they ideally would like it to be. And that's all, that's because of the disciplined play. Particularly overheads from Lopez and Page. They're doing a great job at really just not letting Burus and Elliott build off each other, getting to come up with more offensive looks for each other. Each team taking a lot of time.
Now the pressure on B. Lopez serving.
I love what she just did. Took a practice serve, just put it in there. Get rid of the nerves a little bit. It's Macy Elliott in the pink, in case you don't know. Great rip. See, that's a better overhead
That's
from
what you
her.
wanted to see, yeah.
Handled beautifully, by the way. Doesn't mean they can't get it. I just think if she can do that, you know, consecutively, I think that would bode well for their net play. Again.
Pinpointed it again. See Elliott back to being content to lob. Mostly down the middle.
See, I think Lopez has to not drift back and take that lob. She had a great volley. She took that ball, and then it screwed their team because on the very next ball, Paige, instead of having hit it and be ready for the next one, moved over a little bit, and boom, then you go vintage pressure from Elliott and Burus taking advantage of that. That's why I think, you know, it's cause and effect, and the cause usually happens about 2 or 3 shots prior to the one that actually ends the point.
Right, that's not what lost them the point at the end there, exactly.
Big windup, big rip, just missed it. But I think it's, you know, a miss to me counts as half a point because she was taking the shot at Burus, and, you know, that's kind of a message in a way. It sends a message is what I was meaning to say. See the adjustment here where Paige is drifting way over to her right, handling those lobs from Elliott, reducing the amount of confusion between the two players.
And there the blitz worked, right?
Great dipping ball from Elliott there. Missed volley, you know, you look up and you see Lynn Burus coming in. Lynn didn't even hit the ball, but she gets credit for 3/4 of winning that point.
Right, she saw her and tried to hit behind her and missed the volley. That time she did actually hit the ball, and it was a successful blitz. Well, a minute ago, Patty, you were saying, you know, you thought maybe that Macy Elliott's service game was a must-hold, and now we're all even.
Yeah, really big-time break right there for Burus and Elliott.
I'm curious to see if Lynn Burus stays committed to that blitz.
Well, she's got to do it because she's got to insert herself into the offensive scheme, and clearly that was a strategy. And you know, it worked because, as we said, Macy can't just lob 67 straight balls. She's got to take some balls down low, and you know, really try to creatively allow Lynn Burus to be Lynn Burus. And they were successful in that game a little bit. And we're at 2-2, second set, finals of the Detroit Invitational.
A lot of short lobs here. Again, that's allowing Elliott Burus to hit any kind of overheads they want.
As you can see, Lopez and Pejic, they're defending beautifully with the lob. They're not even, you know, they're not torn, okay, you know, looking for their drive in this situation. They know when they lob short, they're just setting their paddles, and they're just know they're going on defense with a lob. No confusion whatsoever, and that's how they're able to kind of maintain their composure and discipline. And then the shorter ball, this is where, you know, they just can let those offensive shots flow. Pejic's doing a great job right in this point here over in that deuce court, where she typically doesn't play, and handling the barrage beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, they're making no effort to get back to their regular sides.
Oh, I thought she lining up that nick. She was going right at the corner there. Wow. What a volley that was off that.
What a forehand and what a volley.
Yeah.
Missed it, but not by much.
Little bit of like an uncertain swing there. First time she really looked to me not totally committed to the swing on a drive. Little dangerous time, you know, sometimes you see this, like someone plays a phenomenal hour straight, then all of a sudden a couple of errors start sneaking their way in.
Missed return and a missed serve. Those are the two quickest points we've had in ages. Been a lot of long points.
Don't you feel like Lynn wants to hit more balls here, Lauren?
Yeah, and they're definitely both hitting much more aggressive overheads.
But Lynn's a gamer. She wants the ball. You kind of feel that. Great hands from Lopez come up with that shot.
Missed it.
And see, that was the shot from Paige. I loved how she kind of held on for a long time. She kind of held that shot, waited a little bit. I think she kind of lulled Burus into thinking that she was going to go down the line again, like she's done, repeatedly to Macy Elliott. And then Burus was a little late making that move for the backhand. And volley error, 30-all, 2-all, second set, finals from Detroit. Clearly a gigantic point in this match. All four players, lockdown mode, Lauren. No one wants to miss.
Here's the different look. Oh, they're going back. We're not going to see it. Elliott in the ag court.
Hey, all I have to say, kudos to CSM Media. They've done a great job throughout this weekend, especially today. Challenging weather conditions, keep giving us a great angle for all those viewers who are not lucky enough to be here in Detroit watching this match. Great work, CSM Media. Lon, are you a Lions fan?
Not particularly. I admire what a good team they've been this year, but got a tough game today.
I am a Lions fan. Yeah, big game this afternoon.
What a great day in Detroit. Watch paddle all morning. Go see the Lions play the Bills in the afternoon. No, is it in Detroit? I don't know where the game is.
Not sure where the game is. Let's ask Damien. We ask him everything. He's kind of like Siri in the paddle world. All right, big point here for Burus and Elliott. Try to grab a lead for the first time in the match.
Miss serve. Okay, there's a reprieve for Lopez and Page. Another chance.
Is that the second fault in this game from Burus? I think she had one earlier. I don't know. It was a while ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been a long. This game's been a long time.
Rare first volley miss. Really good dipping return to serve. Little off speed ball from Lopez out of that deuce court. And Page is going to get a nice look on this shot here. I think she's going for it, Lauren. What do you think?
I do too.
Up.
Serve was too good.
Yeah, good serve. All right, right there. I saw a little sneak move in from Lopez.
Page ends up finishing it off and gets the break.
Lauren, Corian is the official wealth sponsor of the APTA's 2024-25 season. Corian is a fee-only wealth manager who puts their clients at the center of everything they do. Learn more at Corian.com. Corian's such a great partner for the APTA. They've become a part of the community. They were a part of the community before. Now they're literally a part of it as one of our tour sponsors. Learn more at www.corian.com, the official wealth sponsor of the APTA.
All right.
The game is in Detroit at 4:15. Word on the street has it. Someone just told me that. I'm not sure who. Not Damien. I can't believe someone beat Damien to the answer. But thank you, whoever just texted me. 4:25 kickoff. Can't wait. All right, so here we go. Taya Page serving. Up 3-2 second set. Page and Lopez won 7-5 in the first set.
I love the angle, seeing the balls going into the corners here. It's just such a great look.
Yeah, you can really appreciate what the players are up against.
Okay, that's the third time the last couple games that Lopez and Page have been burned by the blitz, and I think they got to start looking for it.
All right, I'm going Detroit. James McFarland, he's going Bills. It's okay, James. We can disagree. What a point, Lauren. Incredible.
Well, I think we can safely say that if Lopez and Page win this match, the biggest difference was Page's forehand. She's got so many volley errors from that forehand, from placing it so well.
Shout out to Jeff Thies. He's the guy telling me about the Detroit kickoff time. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff's a great guy, great player out of Glens Falls Country Club up in Queensbury, New York, enjoying the action. Could just see the pressure Burus was applying, just sneaking in, and just made the move, got in, took over the net. Don't you feel like Burus is a little bit more involved now, Lauren?
Yeah, I mean, she's making herself be more involved. I mean, this is a little reminiscent of their match in the semifinals of Baltimore, where Page and Lopez were up a set, and I believe 4-1, and Burus and Elliott started really using the blitz on almost every point and completely turned the match around. I mean, they sort of ran out of time and lost a set 7-5, but they were right there, and it looks like that's what they're doing now.
Lauren, one more shout out to CSM Media, handling the challenges of a wintry weekend in Detroit, and even getting 2 streams running all weekend long. Men's final action underway, trying to beat the weather. 3-all here in the women's final. Big
Do we have
game.
a score in the men's final?
I think it's just underway, and unlike Damien, I only can really watch one match at a time, but let me go to my other screen. 1 second,
I
Lauren.
wasn't asking you if you were watching. I was.
Oh, no. Lauren, I'm just finishing up my Christmas shopping on Amazon. No, I'm only kidding. I wasn't doing my Christmas shopping. Just some wrapping.
In the meantime, another blitz, another successful blitz makes it 3-all here.
Yeah, so in the men's finals underway, 4 games in, Nunes and Salazar are up 4-love on McNerney and Morgan. McNerney and Morgan had a lights-out match last night, taking out Broderick Christian, and they're in a hole right here to Nunes and Salazar at the beginning of that match. We don't really want you to go watch that. We want you to stay on this stream, but the APTA is giving you choices.
Yep, you could watch this match and then watch that match from the beginning when it's over.
You can do that, Lauren? That is so cool. Great idea. And then go right into that Detroit Buffalo game.
I knew you were going to say that, Patty.
So predictable. Amin Kaduri said, Patty, don't switch streams. Just go to courtdirector.com, where you can see all the matches that are underway and the current scores. It's just hard for me to go to Court Director, do my Christmas shopping, and follow the action as well at the same time, Lauren.
Yeah, please. Just stay with me.
For sure.
That was what it was going to take to end that point that went on for a very long time.
Larner APTA Cup standings. Currently in first place, Elliott has accumulated 2,230 points. Burus, same total, obviously, with them as a team. Hanish is in third place. Anna Zabori is in fourth place. Morgan is in fifth, followed by Hallballer. And then Lopez and Page, who had 1,645 points coming into this match. And this tournament appearance in the finals will give them a big boost in their quest to try to win the APTA Tour Cup. The men's standings, Salazar's out in front, a little bit out ahead of his buddy and partner, Avi Regalado, followed by Graham McNerney, last year's APTA Cup winner, followed by Fraser and West. Shout out to all the APTA staff, Lauren, by the way, behind the scenes, who do an amazing job in pulling off this event all around the country. Even you go down to the shores, South Carolina. Isabel Caban has moved from Chicago down there. She does a lot of behind the scenes stuff for the APTA. We're appreciative of each and every person who contributed greatly to pulling off all the 19 stops on the APTA Tour for the 24-25 season. Great. Yeah. Lauren, great.
The point before, they just missed executing the blitz, but no mistake on that one.
I love the pressure. I think it's just another thing they add to their game. They're comfortable with blitzing. Just will help them, you know, the constant improvement in the sport, which they seem to have from week to week. Macy Elliott to serve. Dave Page doing a little twirl, handling that ad-court corner beautifully today.
You know, they're getting these, Lopez and Page are getting their opponents to volley up from off the net often on their drives. And that's such a good time to blitz when your opponents are have to volley from below the height of the net. So they should have plenty of opportunities to blitz.
Burus had a good look. She'd love that again.
We've had so many 30-all games here. I feel like almost every game is really tightly contested.
Very little separation throughout. Update, men's final, 5-love lead for Guillermo Nunez and Jose Salazar. They're bringing it right now to Graham McNerney and Adam Morgan.
They must be. Good overhead. You could see from the angle here that it was going to be trouble.
And I mean, it kind of feels like this has to go 3 sets, Lauren.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Lauren, when you played, you could bring the heat. You love driving the ball. Did you love lobbing as much as all 4 of these women players do?
No, and I wish I had. Big hold, another big hold for Elliott, who, you know, has a good lesson for everyone here. I mean, she was having a lot of trouble with her serve in the first set, and, you know, she has another serve that she can go to that's more reliable, that's also effective because it keeps the ball low. It's not as big and powerful, but she's had 2 really big holds and totally has changed the complexion of the match by changing her serve.
Agreed.
When something's not working, you need a plan B.
You know, we know this is the most wonderful time of the year, but not for the reasons you're thinking, Lauren. It's because this is when you should be forming your team national teams. And one more shout out for Captain Damian Johnson, who organized a group of guys from Connecticut last year. They had a great win team nationals. It's the first weekend in April. Mike Rowley does a phenomenal job running the show out in Chicago, and Greg Morgan does a great job running the show in Jersey. Get your team ready. All you have to do is have sort of similar PTIs within a band of 10 preferably. Sign up your team. Space is limited. Team Nationals, first weekend in April.
Highly recommend.
So fun. I've met so many great women and so many great guys just in the last couple seasons in paddle. People who, you know, I never would have ever met or gotten to know, you know, at tournament play, and they're out there cheering on their teammates, and just really the biggest event of the year that the APTA pulls off, and it's really fun. If you want to reach out to the APTA, go to their website, platformtennis.org, to find out how you can sign your team up. Mike Rowley, Greg Morgan have been working hard, picking out all the favors. Only kidding. I helped them a little bit on that. No, we're working on it, and we have great sponsorship and great support, as always, from the APTA, the APTA membership. Pull off that event. You see Macy out there, great long sleeve pink T-shirt she's wearing. That company made for paddle. Lauren, do you love their gear?
Love it.
They're one of the sponsors of. We're going to have a great shirt from them, thanks to Dirk Douglas, from made for out at Team Nationals for the men. Can't tell you what we're giving the women yet. It's a surprise.
Well, I was just going to say, in an uncharacteristically for this match quick game, Paige and Lopez are quick to get to 4-all, but Lopez missed a serve, 40-15. But a wild drive, and we're at 4-all.
Yeah, you saw that fist pump from Lopez there. She knew how important that point was, and Burus was going for it, you know, one way or the other, and just tagged it long.
And, you know, that was a quick game. I mean, the 3-all game felt like it took an hour, and that game took 2 seconds, and there's something very uplifting about getting a hold of serve quickly like that. And now, you know, the pressure goes back to your opponents.
Yeah, now Burus and Elliott, they might have to get a little lucky to get this to go 3 sets. You know, 2 games ago, I thought, no big deal, it's going 3. You can kind of feel it. But right there, and, you know, game point, there's a pretty big miss from Burus right there. She went for it. I think she'd love to have that one over, take a little something off it, and just make them hit another volley. 4-all, Burus serving, B. Lopez returning. Everyone, Stanford Yacht Club has got to be thrilled watching Taya Page play such a phenomenal match here. Orange Lawn, loving B. Lopez. You you know, that's a fun thing with the growth of the game and a high level of play, all the fan clubs that kind of are forming behind the scenes. You hear, you know, you see them on the men's side, but particularly on the women's side. Lauren, did you have a fan club when you played?
No.
You,
Most definitely not.
you birthed 4 of your fan club members.
Exactly. Oh, she kind of didn't. I felt like Lopez didn't really commit to that blitz, and
Well, I think kudos to Burus. She slid over and avoided her forehand volley for one of the few times in this match, and really slid over and hit a quiet backhand volley. I think that little move surprised Lopez.
see how. Oh, I was going to say, how many blitzes are this game? I feel like it's going to be key to this game, the blitz on both sides.
See, that's the one we're talking about with Burus. I feel like if she involves her legs, she can hit a lethal shot that, you know, Paige would have to work so much harder to defend.
Got Lopez there. Watch out.
Wow, two phenomenal pickups from both Burus and Elliott on really well-placed low balls. Lauren, update, men's finals, Nunez, Salazar. 6-0, first set over McNerney and Morgan, but McNerney and Morgan on the boards here, up 1-love in the second set.
There, I was just going to say, I'm ready for Burus to blitz, and there she went, but what a great volley behind her.
Holy cow, that was a sick volley. That was great hands. Huge moment to go for that shot. There's no fear. There's no fear in these women.
You know, they know they're not going to get this match, win this match just by playing it safe. They're going to have to go for their shots. Both teams. Good hold for Burus. Let's see if they can take it to 3.
Lauren, you referred to the first matchup with these guys where Lopez Page had a 6-1, 4-1 lead, and Burus and Elliott found a way, clawed themselves back into the match. This kind of feels this is feeling similar to you?
No, because in that match, Lopez and Page were really running away with that second set. This match, they had a point to go up 3-love, but it ended up being 2-1, and it just sort of felt neck and neck this set, really more than anything. So it doesn't really feel the same. But, it just goes to show that you have to really put away Burus and Elliott.
Yep, that's a great point. It's never over. And you can see, Lopez and Page are ready to go, and Lynn and Macy are talking about a couple of things, some related to paddle, and just really trying to stay loose here and make themselves be light in this moment. It's a pressure-filled moment, but they've got to stay loose and hit some shots when they get the opportunities. Lauren, has Page and Lopez's play dropped off, or has Burus and Elliott's play gotten better?
No,
Or
I don't
neither?
I think Burus and Elliott have gotten a little more offensive, which has helped them. I don't think anyone's play has dropped off. I think it's been pretty neck and neck, and I think that, introducing the blitz and hitting some harder overheads and just making Lopez and Page a little more uncomfortable. They're just not so relaxed back there. Has changed.
Give it up, give it up.
And it's funny to say because you think of Burus and Elliott as such an offensive team. They have so many weapons. But Lopez and Page were doing a good job of neutralizing them.
Just seems like so many matches, Lauren, where I've seen Burus and Elliott play. They dictate play so much as a baseline team because of their return of serves. And just really hasn't been a factor because of the serving and first volley skill that both Lopez and Page possess.
You knew when you said that you would miss her serve, didn't you?
Exactly. Announcer's curse.
I actually was thinking it too. I mean, they've both served quite well.
There it is again. That taking advantage of using the back screen for Elliott to line up that return to serve, and she's got the ball tipping low. Burus coming in, they take over the net. Vintage Burus Elliott play. I thought with that big windup, she was going to go right at the nick into Lopez's deuce corner there, but she didn't.
job by Lopez and Page hanging in there in that point. They survived a lot of tough rollers.
You know what I was talking to Macy's college coach, got to the tournament co-director, you know, and I see Macy's shirt and she reps that line, "What are you made for?" You know, Macy was made for this moment. She loves it. She relishes, she embraces competition. You know, it's what makes her so happy. And all four of these women really embrace these really intense, high-level moments. You know, they welcome the pressure.
That's what makes them so good. One of the things, besides all their skills.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt at all. Clothing helps, but skills are far greater.
No, but in all seriousness, you know, they want the ball in the big moments. They're not shying away from the pressure. Two points for 5 all.
McNerney and Morgan working their way back into that match in men's finals. Have a 2-1 lead in the second set. Nunez Salazar crushed in the first set 6-0. Wow, what hands from Elle. Her college coach, Kaji, mentioned actually, she said, you know, I never saw like her ever be scared of a volley. She welcomed someone, you know, hitting a tennis ball at her, you know, 100 miles an hour. She didn't care. And, you know, we joked about it. I said, I think she's almost the best in the women's game at just really going and looking to stuff the volleys. No fear in that moment. Again, that beautiful spot from the deuce court. Elliott, a little forehand lob. We've seen that be effective throughout the afternoon, the morning, going into the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel like. You know, and that's the hard thing. When you have two righties, it's easier to defend the lobs coming out of this ad court than the deuce court. And all the kudos to Elliott. She's like a gnat. She will never stop. She just keeps going. She's so tenacious. And you're right, spot on. She's embracing this moment and wants to hit every ball.
And Burus is just waiting for the right moment to blitz.
But see, that's that overhead again from Burus. You know, she used her legs. She hits a little cut, the spin, and you know she's almost forcing Page to take a swing at the ball. And you could see that's what Elliott wanted, because Elliott was right on top of the net, just ready to defend if she were to put that drive in play.
Now Lopez and Page are going to take a moment. They just lost 2 game points.
What a big serve. Wow, what soft hands from Burus right there. Keep that ball low.
Is that point, Patty?
Yeah. It's only right. High level play, both of these teams, great teams in the women's game. Great finish to the first half of the season in our second Grand Prix. Now it kind of feels like Elliott has lulled them a little bit. I know she's lulled me. You can see Burus is staying active the whole time, you know, really playing the ball with every shot that goes to Elliott. She's in there just in case she's going to be able to create a look for herself.
Yeah, and she's also taking a couple steps in, you know. She might scare her opponents a little too. They might have a look at her. There she goes back.
Looks like she's learning like to dance, you know, remember the classes? 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
And there it is. As we felt like this was probably an inevitable conclusion to this incredibly close match, we're going 3. And Patty will be back in just a moment with a third set after these messages right here on the APTA YouTube channel presented by CSM Media.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
Welcome back to the APTA Tour. We're live from Detroit for the women's finals between Macy Elliott and Lynn Burus and B. Lopez and Taya Page. Right now it looks like a singles warm-up. Page and Lopez decided to go in and maybe change their matching outfits for the third set here. They won the first set, 7-5. Burus and Elliott came alive there a little bit toward that end of that second set. You know, competed so well, and Elliott, like we said, just sort of lulled Lopez and Page there toward that end of that second set, just continuing with the, you know, so many of those spot lobs were so effective, and, you know, Burus found a way, created some looks, brought the blitzing into it a little bit there, factored in, and they pulled out that second set 6-4. I think it's going to be an awesome third set here and a great way to finish up the second Grand Prix of the year. After the new year, we will kick off the season back in Connecticut in Damian Johnson land, up with then, you know, out of Rolling Hills, where Macy Elliott is the director. They'll be hosting a new tour event, the Fairfield Open. Men's action finals underway. Salazar Nunez won the first set 6-0 in their match, and over Adam Morgan and Graham McNerney, but Graham and Adam are dialed in, ready to go here, up 3-2 in the second set, and they're hoping to extend that match to 3 sets.
All right, Patty, what do you think now? Who are you feeling like has the upper edge here?
You know, I feel like you and I are in the driver's seat right now because we just have to talk. No, seriously, I don't know. I don't have a feel. Clearly, a little momentum and a lot of confidence has swung over to Burus Elliott here. They just grinded that second set out. Wasn't pretty, wasn't terribly exciting at times. Just they were effective. And they got the key points. You know, there's little separation in that first set, although it felt like it. And I just didn't think Burus and Elliott had hit their, you know, the right gear yet to pull out a win here in this match. And in that second set, you know, you saw glimpses of it. I still think their return to serves are such weapons in the game. I'd like to see them go for a tiny bit more on their returns. Lauren, so you're Lopez and Page. What are you thinking right now?
I'm thinking that, you know, I just have to keep doing what I'm doing. I have a good game plan. I would look to on those balls where they get Burus or Elliott off the net, and they're driving so well on those balls that when they're clearly have to volley up, I would try to put some pressure on them and come in behind it. But I would just focus on keep lobbing, getting my lobs deep, and waiting for my chances.
Yeah, you know, you started the match, and we're talking about the keys for Page and Lopez, and lobbing was right at the top of the list. They have such offensive weapons off of both their forehands and their backhands, but, you know, they've got to lob well, you know, not only to set themselves up, but to negate some of those more aggressive overheads from Burus and Elliott. The players do get a couple of minutes, Lauren, between sets. And you can see Lopez and Page are elsewhere. And I like this Burus Elliott just staying on the court and pounding it out. I think this is really important, not only to stay warm, which is obvious on a cold winter day, but you can see like Lynn Burus is just getting a ton of swings at the ball. And we just, you know, we've not seen her look like this in the match. We haven't seen her as like the offensive weapon that she really is, and the weapons that she possesses. And I think this is a huge for her right here, where you just have the volley machine of Macy Elliott standing up at the net, and Lynn, you know, just targeting Macy a little bit cross court with that forehand.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important to stay warm on a day like today. It's hard to come back out and feel like, cold and tight, and in a match like this, there's so little separation, and the margins in both sets were teeny. You throw away a game or two, and you've given the match away.
Lauren, APTA Tour, 19 events, plus we live stream the Nationals, which will be hosted out of Philly Cricket Club under the direction of Bruce Redpath. He's got, I think he's got a group of something no fewer than 300 volunteers. I think that Jeff Thies, who chimed in earlier from Glens Falls Country Club up in Queensbury, is one of the volunteers. Charlotte Gillette plays up there, and her sister is on the committee. Sue, who's helping Bruce Redpath organize things, and they've reached across, state lines, Lauren. I'm surprised they haven't reached out to you yet and asked if, besides being a commentator for the Nationals, you could be a hut commander. All hands on deck. I think they will probably have about 300 volunteers helping execute the first weekend, second Saturday in March. It does follow the other live stream event this year, which is so exciting, the Junior Nationals hosted. Greg Morgan runs the event. I help him out of Canoebrook. Co-tournament director Drew Broderick helps us pull off a great show, and we'll be live streaming from Junior Nationals from Canoebrook that first Saturday in March.
All right, I think we have another team on the court. We have 4 players and ready to start the third set.
I think Lopez and Page took a trip back to Jersey in between the second and third sets here, and here they're back and bouncy. They might have pushed the envelope on how much time they could take there, technically. But it's a cold day, they're wet, people change clothing. Got to do what you got to do. Macy Elliott to serve. I'd like to see Lopez take some of her shots out of that deuce court up the line, get Burus out of the middle for the overhead. I think kind of try to stretch her and open up some court. All square here, 1 set each, and all square in the second set of the men's final with McNerney and Morgan, and 3-all with Nunez and Salazar. Nunez-Salazar won the first set. Really tough defense right there on that shot from Page, just to keep that point going right there. Huge. I mean, it's obviously early, so it's hard to say that was huge, but I think it was, because I think it took a lot of time, got themselves mentally adjusted, and I think they've got to channel their inner selves how they mentally came on the court to start this final in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, they had to be a little deflated, they were so close to the finish line to win this match and their first Grand Prix title. So yeah, I mean, how they play this game is going to be very important for them.
McNerney Morgan up 4-3 on Nunez Salazar, second set, men's final from Detroit. Wow, same shot. Look, Page got it earlier in this game. Just couldn't come up with it there. To your point, they got to lob better. Launch some lobs. Air them out a little bit here.
Not like that. You can see the trouble they're in from these short lobs.
Be surprised to see Lopez call a switch at some point. But great forehand tipping shot right off. Forced Elliott into a little chicken wing type of volley.
Yeah, and right back at her right hip where she's been placing it consistently and causing all sorts of troubles for Elliott. I feel like Elliott did a better job of positioning herself for those volleys late in the second set, and I really think it was a big difference. I don't know what's happening. Should maybe have a blister.
Medical timeout, perhaps? Yeah, I think it's a blister or something like that, or a cut.
Looks like she's putting on, it looked like she was putting a Band-Aid or something on.
Our national rankings are going to be interesting once they get updated after this event. Going into it, as we mentioned, Burus and Elliott, #1 team in the country. Hanish Labori were #2 going into this. Huballer and Nicolescu still had a lot of points from their great run last season to the finals at Women's Nationals. They'll be dropping off the board there. Men's rankings, Regalado, Salazar, they sit on top. #2 team, Nunes and Powers. Even though they've not played that many tournaments at all, but they have the points and carried over from their win at Nationals last year. Durant Mitchell, currently #3 in the country, and Humphreys and Osis Conan a #4 spot thanks to their win. In their only event that they played this year in Westchester, where they got the win over our defending national champs, Nunes and Powers.
This is just tough for everyone.
Lauren, are you going to be okay with this break here? No, we just wanted to keep going. Kind of two untimely delays here from Lopez and Page. Not sure exactly what's going on, but you can see Elliott and Burus, they're ready. They're chomping at the bit. They're thinking like Ted Lasso. They have no memory of what's happened before this game right now. They're in the present, I would say. I mean, B. Lopez is really good. Maybe she should just play against these two for a little bit, all by herself. No, Paige, I mean. Oh, so it was Lopez.
Yeah.
Huh, okay. It's hard to tell them apart.
Yeah, it was Lopez. We'll see if that's a factor. Whatever she's bandaged up or whatever. See if it affects her play.
Lopez is clearly thinking about that bandit. Beautiful, beautiful volleys from Burus Elliott here early in the third set.
Game Burus Elliott. Burus Elliott lead 1-0 in the third set.
You know, right there, Lopez just went over too far when you have your partner, Pejic, who can knock the tar out of that forehand. I don't think, the move is for her to go all the way, because I just think even if she makes it, who's going to cover that side of the court for the next shot? But I think Lopez, Pejic, I got to feel some patience and discipline out of them. All of a sudden, you do feel the shift, and now I feel like Burus and Elliott are driving the ship here. Do you drive a ship?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, especially if Lopez is going to be less patient because of whatever's happening on her hand.
But I think it's her left hand, Lauren.
Yeah.
And she's a righty.
Yeah, but she still has to hit backhands.
Yep.
I'm not sure what would have happened even if she could have gotten out of the way of that one.
Burus tried out of that ad court, far side, and the far side in the deuce court. That's Macy Elliott. Serving B. Lopez, letting that ball go, Taya Page.
Blitz from Elliott. We're going on 3 hours here, Patty.
Is that all? We had a feeling this could happen.
Yeah, it's no surprise.
And it's great. We're at a Grand Prix where we have 2 streaming courts, and this way APTA could get the men's final underway before any more lousy weather comes in. So hard to watch them both at the same time. But thanks to modern technology, as Lauren pointed out, just stick with us to the end and then take a peek over at that men's final. Especially if you're in New York and New Jersey. I mean, who needs to watch the Jets or the Giants? I know one person, Lauren, my husband.
You please.
Big Jets fan. He and
tough.
Drew, he and Drew Broderick commiserate a lot after Sunday afternoon losses. All right, McNerney Morgan up 5-3 on Nunez Salazar. Men's final action in the second set. Nunez Salazar won the first set 6-0.
Yeah, I think that Lopez and Page need to get that spark back. They're having this is not a good time to have a little lull.
They needed a mental energy drink right now.
She's playing with that thing on her hand.
Great adjustment. Nice little backhand lob from Elliott. Lauren, you didn't have any plans this afternoon, did you? Are you supposed to go play paddle soon?
Great move.
Burus Elliott lead 2 games to none. Set.
And see, that's the play. That lob up the line and just following it in from that deuce court, Elliott. Great play. So 2-0 lead for Burus and Elliott here. Big swing in this match. That cut or the blister, whatever, does seem to be impacting Lopez a lot.
Certainly mentally it's affecting her, but that it hurts when you have like a, maybe it's split from the cold, anything like that. It's very hard to ignore. But you feel the difference right now. It feels like Elliott and Burus are the defending national champions and in control.
Men's final, they've split sets. Morgan McNerney won that second set. I believe it was 6-3 or 6-4. So they're headed for a 3-set final also. It was a 6-3 second set to Morgan and McNerney. This is your favorite angle, Lauren, with that camera where you can see a great shot of Paige and just get the feeling of what she's up against here. Fun angle. I'll tell you, I mentioned at the end of the second set that I think Elliott lulled these guys, and maybe me too. I'd be curious, is it time to throw a shot over into Lynn's corner and try to change this up a little bit. Go to a little bit different overhead scheme for Lopez and Page. I don't think Macy's gonna miss.
No, and they're just very comfortable now in what they're doing, right? I mean, Macy's gonna eventually get something for Lynn to blitz on, and I think you're right that maybe time to change it up.
Yeah, you know, here's Paige in that position where she's on the diagonal from Burus. She gets a short, you know, she gets a ball. Just throw it over there and make Burus, you know, see if you can back her up with a side back overhead and go from there. Otherwise, I just feel like this is the exact same thing, and it's just like it's not a lot, but it's enough that it seems to be really taking the energy out of Lopez and Page.
Love 30.
I gotta preserve my energy, I think, too.
Great hands play.
I thought she was in a really bad position there, but
You and I would have been in a bad position.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Great aggressive play from Elliott, forcing the action. Again, good lob up the line, following it in.
Yeah, two.
Yep, made the call. Tough overhead flew out of Lopez's reach. It's feeling a lot like Burus Elliott here.
Well, they're still down in this game. I
Yep,
wouldn't count Lopez and Page out yet.
never, I just talk about that momentum, just the feeling.
Yeah.
I'm one of those players who feels deeply as a commentator, Lauren.
Well, we said in the last set, Patty, when Lopez and Page had a chance to go up 3-love, that could have been it, and they weren't able to go up 3-love, and I think the same thing could be said here. That 3-love is going to be we're 3 hours into this match. It's just a long way to come back.
And that's a great point. And I was thinking, what was the turning point? And it was definitely that. I thought that moment where she couldn't hold.
No, it was actually Elliott serving, and she held after she had lost her service games the last few times. But it was a great hold. Okay, 2 break points. Okay, they did not fall down 3-love either.
Elliott lead 2 games to 1 in the 3rd set.
That was a big shot from Lopez right there. You could see like a little hand slap, high five, or low five, medium, whatever it was called. But I think that was huge. I think they had to have that game just to kind of neutralize the momentum that Elliott and Burus have.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Lauren, do you want to lower your PTI? The secret's out. Early adapters are already leveling up with.
Want to see how volley can
They're leaving the competition behind. Don't get left in the dust. Download Volley now at www.getvolley.com or search Volley Racket in your app store. I was just thinking about what it takes, and it just takes that volley machine. It's the practice over and over, that repetition, and that's really can be a difference maker in your game. No excuses. Lower your PTI. Practice with volley. What's Macy Elliott's pulse and Lynn's pulse right now? What do you think? Totally chill?
I actually think they are. I think they know they dodged a bullet in that second set, and they were playing from behind, and I think they feel pretty comfortable in what they're doing and pretty confident in their game plan.
Yeah, it takes a lot to rattle them.
I think they were a little rattled, in a good way. Lopez.
Right, but you just don't see it much.
No.
All right, feel a little energy coming back over there. Paige is a little bouncy, getting ready. Big opportunity for her coming up. Try to hold serve and even up this match in the third set. Macy Elliott to return. Men's final, third set. McNerney and Morgan, after losing the first set 6-0, won that second set 6-3, and are up 1-love in the third set over Nunes and Salazar. You know, I think with Lopez and Page, when you hit all those overheads and you know that Macy's just going to lob another ball, if you have the right mindset, you don't care. And you're just like, well, I'm going to hit another overhead and she's going to hit another lob. No harm, no foul, no mental, that doesn't like dip into your reservoir of your patience. And I think that's what happened to them a little bit toward the end of that second set. The reservoir kind of was full. And they've got to empty it out here in the third set so that then they can embrace that repetition over and over and still, play loosely. Does that make sense, Lauren? Thanks, just checking. Little flat-footed play there from Lynn. Lauren, what do you think? Are we going to make it to 4 hours today?
I think we very likely are.
Not sure what the time of the match, but I feel like there's a shot.
Yeah, I think we're probably a favorite to make it to 4.
I'm going to ask Damien. Damien, how long has this been going on? We'll see what he says. Damien's solidifying his last player for Team Nationals, so he'll get back to us soon. You know what? This match has been going on so long. Tiernan Cavana, former APTA president, she had a great 6-year run, was remarkable for our organization. She said, this match has been going so long, it started when I was on the plane in Detroit, and she's already home in Connecticut.
All right, Patty, I'm going to ask you right now, are we going to a third set tiebreaker? I bet we are.
Why not? Just think, Lauren, back in the day, some of the men had 3 out of 5 set finals at nationals. Could you imagine?
No.
Me neither. Lauren, I'm glad I have my APTA provided massage chair that I'm sitting in. I wish. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Tiernan went to Detroit, played. They won their first round match and went out in the quarterfinals to Cran and Herschel. They had a pretty good match, 1-3.
This has turned into an incredible point.
Tiernan thinks she could get on another plane and get back to Detroit before this is over.
That was really, the amount of defense to offense in that point was very commendable. Here's part of the replay of the point.
Yeah, and one of the few times that I didn't see Elliott, I always say how what a great stuff volley. She could just go and get on top of the net. She stayed off the net there, gave a little room, and too hot to handle. Carol Urton, APTA umpire, friend of mine, going back to Rutgers University days, thinks that maybe I should ask my husband, Sandy, to record the Detroit Lion kickoff starting at 4:25 so I don't miss it. Good call, Carol. Sad to hear from Tiernan. She popped her calf in the second set of her match yesterday, not on the flight home from Detroit, but that might have factored in. She said they were at 4-3 coming back, and they were going to go 3 sets for sure. And she added a whoop whoop. Feel better, Tiernan.
Yeah, feel better. So Jerry Viant has chimed in, and she said, you know, Lopez and Page use pretty Eastern forehand grips on their overhead, so they're limited in the amount of spin that they can create. When they can work on that and add more spin, they'll have that much more variety.
Yeah, you know, I see him hit a little bit more variety than what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're on to what shots they feel are effective here. I've seen them pull out spin shots for sure.
Yeah, we saw on a huge point in earlier this year. Lopez hit a great,
yeah, she can hit that drop cutter,
slash.
right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they can hit it. They just, for them, they've made the decision in this matchup, you know, what they're going to go with. And certainly variety is huge, and I do believe you have to mix it up a little bit. They have the shots. You know, I think it's more of a confidence in using them in certain situations more than anything. They've worked hard with the volley machine to develop those shots.
I mean, look, you compared them before to Regalado and
Salazar.
Salazar, and you know they also yeah, those guys also they can hit any shot in the book, of course, but they don't. They almost never hit spin overheads, and it's a conscious choice.
Yeah, you watch some of those players and they hit them over and over and over, and I just wonder how their arms and elbows
Right.
hold up after hitting so many. It's far less taxing, to hit with less spin, a little shorter push type of deep ball for sure.
Good control on that short ball from Pejic.
2-all, 30-all. I think you're right. I want a tiebreaker, Lauren. See, I think Lopez should drive that ball personally. Macy volleyed the ball kind of short, not a lot of pace, right inside the service line. I think she could have taken a shot and driven that ball through the middle of the two players at the net. See how Lopez is little bit deep back there on these shots. I want her a little closer to the baseline. There, she pulled off that two-handed backhand. I think she's so quick. She can go back and get any ball off the screens. Doesn't matter, but if she can be a little bit more of a threat, even visually, when Elliott and Burus are about to hit the ball, who knows? That could be helpful. Good rip. You see the difference in Lopez just in the last couple of minutes, Lauren?
Mm-hmm.
She was kind of consumed by that Band-Aid and what was going on with, her cut or her blister. And now you feel like she's right back in here mentally. And as a result, physically, you feel a totally different energy. See, and that's the ball I even would love to see Burus let drop a tiny bit more, because I just think she generates so much pace and spin, and that could really be problemsome for Pejic out of the ad court. Nunez Salazar, 2-1 lead, third set, men's finals from Detroit. You can see the overhead variety from Macy Elliott. You see her move her grips a little bit and throwing in all different combinations here and make it so much tougher for Page to come up with all the shots out of that ad court.
Yeah, that was a good display of her the different speed and pace of her rollers and of her spin overhead. The combination there really paid off.
There it is. We saw that a lot in the first set, the up the line behind Elliott because of her little move slightly toward the middle.
Up.
I don't know. It feels like Lopez Page have adjusted to the blitz move from Burus. You know, they're kind of looking there. They're a little bit more aware of it now, it seems. Nothing gets past them 20 straight times, Lauren.
Well, they got to look for it. I mean, that's what they're trying to set up, right? That's what all these balls going to Macy Elliott's side. She's trying to set up the blitz for Burus.
Fault by Elliott. Break point. Big point. Lopez Page up 3-2 in the third set of the women's finals from Detroit. And one more shout out to our amazing sponsor, Corient. They're so excited to partner with the APTA because whether as advisors to our members or as members themselves, they are already part of the APTA community. Learn more at www.corient.com, the official wealth sponsor of the APTA.
Well, Patty, it's 3 games in a row for Lopez Page now.
3-2, third set, 2-all in the finals of the men's. I mean, great action from Detroit. There's some bounce. You feel the bounce with Lopez Page here. That's how you feel about now, right, Lauren? You got a little bounce in your step. You're jumping up and down there, staying loose in your living room. I mean, I know you kind of hit your stride. Once these things get to like the 3.5-hour mark, it's hard to contain our excitement. And Lauren, great news. I just got an update. The Jets are not losing. They're tied 7-all. Jacksonville.
Still a ways to go, Patty.
Oh, I know. Big serve from Lopez there. That tells me a lot. See very clearly here the adjustment made by Paige Lopez, you know, how they're sliding back, and when Elliott's lobbing out of that deuce court, they're kind of going way to their right in order to allow Lopez in this situation, the player to the left from the back of the court here, to handle the overheads.
Love 30.
Just went for a little too much there. What a great high backhand. Put it within about a foot of the baseline on a floater type volley. Lauren, last year we saw the emergence of LA Hallballer, you know, kind of take the paddle world by storm in women's play. And, you know, Lopez, Paige, and Paige in particular, we didn't see her really a lot last season doing the same. Wonderful, wonderful talent in our sport. All right, Burus Elliott just taking a little time. B. Lopez serving. B. Lopez faulting. But she's going big, you know, she's sticking with it, Lauren. Great two-hander up the line from Elliott. That was the shot that, you know, I was looking for Burus to hit more earlier, and I think the hardest place to hit it is in transition, actually, up to the net. I think once you're settled in up there, that's where I would love to see Burus just, you know, separate her feet a lot, almost have that weight on her back foot and slide that type of overhead. It's an evil ball to defend. All right, we know Lopez would love to have that shot back. She was feeling really, really comfortable. Kind of a random miss there. You just didn't expect it. Just, you know, she's moving to her right, maybe went for a little bit of a more difficult angle because she was feeling so confident. But we find ourselves 3-all, third set, women's finals from Detroit. Probably past the 3.5-hour mark. You know, Lauren, at this point, I wanted to go 4 hours and be a tiebreaker.
I think you're likely to get your wish. I think the smart money's on that.
Wow. What a stretching, awesome low volley from Burus there. She should have just taken that ball up the middle. It was so far. She was so, you know, the ball was so low, below the level of the net. She was committed to a drive. Find someone's right hip, I think, in that situation.
Which she's done really beautifully the whole match.
Mm-hmm. Good combination of shots with Paige right there. Put that ball in the middle, got both Elliott and Burus looking for it, and then that created a little bit of a vulnerable spot for Elliott. And Paige tagged her straight ahead, chicken winged her again on that right hip. 15 all, 3 all. Really good communication. You can hear baseline play, Lopez, Paige talking to each other every single point, leaving nothing to chance here. Wow, I thought Elliott's ball was going out.
Yeah. It's wide.
Yeah, Paige stands really far over, you know, almost up against that side screen, and Burus had a big opening up the middle, just couldn't make it.
Got it.
3 all, women's final, 30 all. Men's final, 2 all, 30 all. Great competitive matches. Men's and women's action from Detroit. Great hands play from Lopez there. That was a great shot from that camera angle. Nunes Salazar grabbed a 3-2 lead in the finals of the men. Adam Morgan serving for Morgan and McNerney. How about that Elliott little overhead right there? She just lets that ball drop, pushes it, puts a little bit of air underneath, hits it within a couple inches of the baseline. A lot of pressure from Page and Lopez here, and Elliott came up with a couple of really good volleys.
Yeah, with
neutralize.
barrage. You see Burus change her grip to get that roller. Really turns her grip.
Unlucky, great grip.
Yeah. Didn't go be Lopez's way, and 4-3 lead for Burus and Elliott. Wasn't easy.
Yeah, she, Lopez had the look she wanted. And just a little lucky there, and amazing women's paddle. Such a high level, Lauren, for the most part throughout this match. Every point, 50 shots getting into every point before anyone's pulling the trigger. And Damian Johnson, our shot clock manager, just said we have reached the 3.5 hour mark. And we could get to 4.
We could.
I mean, if there's a lot more of these conversations between the partners, it could happen. The clock is running. No stoppages in the last couple minutes.
Page has missed a few serves this final set. It's, it can get mentally exhausting playing for this long and knowing that every point is so important in such a close match.
She's got to empty a little bit of that reservoir out and create a little bit more room mentally. Just that's so hard.
Whoa.
And whoa, babe.
Whoa. I've never
Yep.
seen her do that before, you know, and it's really hard when you're not used to just trying to push the serve in. It's a really hard thing to do. You don't sort of know how to calibrate how hard to push it.
Smart move from Lopez. Maybe one serve too late, just going over and having another talk with her. She's saying, just put it anywhere, please, in the box. Anywhere.
Yeah, but that's up. You can't say that. You can't say that. You have to just say, hit it. You're fine.
I like to say, just hit it anywhere. I got you covered. I can handle the drive from Lynn Burus, no problem. I think you worry so much about that return that it gets in your head, and you can kind of screw up your serve with that mentality. Beautiful swing right there from Page.
Go.
Burus, Elliott lead 5-3 in the third set.
So that's a game Page would like to forget, I think. You know, just clearly the moment. The moment, maybe a little bit of pressure there, a lot of pressure, obviously. Maybe just got to her and a little shaky serving there, and unfortunate miss on that overhead. And here's Macy Elliott serving up 5-3, third set. Finals from Detroit.
All right, well, let's see if Macy Elliott, who's had a few tricky moments on her serve this match, too, if she can serve it out.
Burus and Elliott looking for their third win of the season. Lauren, do you think the players are hungry? Because I am.
No, I don't think so.
You could just see that ball lining up, going to the nick. Great shot from Burus right there.
I agree.
Great hands from SMU's Macy Elliott.
We're switching back and forth this point, it looks like, in the back.
We wonder what you're made for. Macy Elliott is made for this moment.
How happy was she to have that series of rollers? And
Was that nice
we
of
got-
Lynn? Right, Burus just got out of the way. She's like, go, Macy, go.
40 love.
after 3.5 hours or more, we're at triple match point. Woof.
What a hand to come up with that shot. The woman in pink. Amazing.
Both shots were amazing, both Paige and Elliott.
Yeah, I think they got to lob Burus here, get Burus hitting some of these overheads. Macy Elliott is feeling no pain and a lot of confidence. Great roller. Burst mover, slid her grip way over to the right. Got that ball low. Great play from Lopez. And Lopez isn't going away. She likes this moment just as much as Macy Elliott, I have a feeling. Wow.
Make it!
40-15.
All right, so they saved one.
They sure did.
Following the completion of the match, we'll have an interview with our finalists and winners of this Detroit Invitational. Great recognition from Burus that she had a wide open deuce court. Great play by Lopez to even come up with that shot. Watch out.
What a match. I mean, they all have a lot to be
Wow.
proud of here. That was quite a display for, as we keep saying, well over 3.5 hours. And the Detroit champions, Macy Elliott and Lynn Burus. Wow, Patty, what do you think? What do you think about that?
I just think it's so great for the sport of platform tennis. We've got this young, exciting teams taking the world by storm. They've gotten themselves top 4 in the country, top 3 maybe after this, appearance in the finals. Their 4th final. Watch out second half of the season. We're going to be seeing a lot of this, potentially this matchup. Hannah Sabori didn't travel to Detroit this weekend. We didn't see Delmonico Gebbia. I think it's going to be, this is setting up for an exciting second half of the season with, a couple of teams in contention for a national title, but it all goes through Elliott and Burus for good reason. Our 2-time defending national champs. Really a big, really strong finish there for Burus and Elliott. But kudos to Paige and Lopez. I just love watching them play. I think they're such an exciting team. I feel like they've got a lot of pieces to the puzzle worked out already in only their first half of the season on the court together. So I look for them to have continued success in the second half of the season, Lauren.
I do too. I mean, they've lost a couple of really heartbreaking matches for them. They lost in a 3rd set tiebreaker to Hannah Sabori in Westchester, and now they've lost this match. But talk about knocking on the door. I mean, they are right there with the top 2 teams in the country. They are at the same level, and
oh yeah, they're knocking with brass, Lauren.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
they are. And it's always tough to lose a match like that, but they will, as they have been all season, they'll learn from it, and they're only getting better.
Yep, men's final 3-all with McNerney Morgan having just won that 6th game to even up things against Nunez and Salazar in the finals on the other stream.
It's quite a trophy.
Wow. That's going to fit easily into someone's carry-on. They're going to have to pay about $100 to ship that back. Is that the Stanley Cup? Yeah, it's so heavy she had to put it down.
Best. Yes. Hello, hello.
Lauren, thanks. Thanks for
Test,
calling the
test.
match with me, Lauren.
Thanks,
Hopefully
Patty.
it works well. Thank you. So recognize them first. All right, let's have, yes, can you please hold it? Yes, let's give a round of applause to our finalists this year, to Pejic and Lopez. What an incredible final. Wow, from 10 o'clock on, almost 5 hours. Congratulations. I want to ask you a couple of quick questions. First set down 4-5. What were your thoughts? What was your strategy to take the first set?
Well, first we want to thank our host family, Kelly and Terry, for hosting us. Also, we want to thank the whole tournament organization for this wonderful event. We loved it. We loved competing here. So, yeah, thank you, everybody, for that. And I want to thank my parents and brother for watching it live and losing their nerves together with us.
I also want to say hi to my family back home in Spain. I'm actually flying tonight. I'm taking a flight tonight at 11 p.m. from New Jersey, so I got to fly there first. And I'm sorry I didn't take the trophy today, but my biggest trophy is to see you guys tomorrow. And special mention to my mom. She has been sick for the last few days, and I can't wait to see you, Mom. I love you.
And then we, so nice. And then we want to congratulate them. They made it a really, really hard match, and they definitely deserved it. We got all we gave it all, and at 5-4, I can't even remember what happened. It was so long time ago that I don't know. We
tried to stay solid,
exactly.
yeah. 5-4 down. We were like, okay, this is it, this game. Let's try to get it, stay solid, patience until we have our opportunities, and don't, yeah. They wait until the right opportunity comes, and I think we did it fine. They just, yeah, we're too good today, so congratulations again, and that's why they're national champions 2 times. Congratulations. Or 3 times.
Thank you.
Couple of times.
Good job, and again, safe travel home, and we wish you happy holidays. Look forward to having you guys back next year.
Thank you.
Hi to Orange Lawn Tennis Club. Thank you guys for all the support.
And now we're on to this year's champions defending their title, Macy Elliott and Lynn Burus. Congratulations.
Thank you.
With the trophy here, just a couple of questions. Again, great to have you both back here defending your title. What an incredible final. I have pretty much the same question for you. So first set up 5-4. What was the difference there?
Just want to start off by saying thank you for running a great tournament. Lincoln always does a great job.
Great job.
We love coming to Detroit. Macy. We came out and taught some camps with Kati at her club.
Yep.
Members were great, so it's really been really good hospitality. Congrats to Bea and Tia for playing a really good match. I think it's awesome to see such high-level paddle players for the women's game. It's great. So good job to you guys. Congrats to Macy for playing. She is battling, I don't know what she's battling, but has had the worst flu for the past 2 weeks. So, you know, thank you for toughing it out there and having my back at times as well. Now you can go back to your question.
All right, so walk us through that first set up 5-4. What was the difference?
5-4, I think we did a good job coming back, but I think we kind of weren't settled in yet. And I think, it took that set to kind of figure out what we needed to do. And I think we might have been 2 left down in the second set. And at that point, it was just, we knew exactly what we needed to do. We knew that it was going to be long points, and we just had to be a little mentally tougher. And, they kind of did to us what we do to our opponents very well. So it was nice getting to kind of play our own game. But they did play amazing, and I think once we were able to get back into the match and string together a couple of games, we saw that we were still in it. So I think that second set was a big confidence booster for us. That 5-4 game in the second set, that was huge to win that. Every game was super close, so it was a great match.
Yes, for sure. Again, 5 consecutive games you guys lost from up 5-4 to down to 0-2. How big was winning that third game in the second set?
Well, I mean, it's big against any team, but we knew they're such good players. If we get down 3-0, then that's going to be a very hard, long way to battle back. So we knew that that game was a pivotal game to get in order to still feel very much in the match and in the set. So we just buckled down and said, we'll do whatever it takes to take that game.
And then let's go back to the third set now. Score is even at 3-all. What was the strategy? What got you guys to separate and close it out at 6-3?
I think one theme today was, we were 2 love up in the third set, kind of cruising. It's a great 3-2 down. And I think one thing that really helped us today was that we were very level-headed mentally. I think at times we would kind of dip a little bit, but we were actually very mentally in it, and it takes a lot of mental willpower to pull through stuff like that. Yeah. I think we did have opportunities even in the 2-all game, and I was still thinking about that when we tied at 3-2. Oh, it could have been 4-2. I was like, there's nothing you can do about it at this point. Just forget about it and move on. So, yeah.
Awesome. Just an incredible performance. I know there were tons of fans online, watching online. I was getting messages, the paddle hut is pretty crowded. I know we're raining on us, and it's about to rain on us. Yeah. Incredible job.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
I just want to say a big shout out to my husband Sven for watching at home. I know he was probably pulling his hair out. Thank you for watching. I love you very much. He's helped Macy and I through our paddle struggles, and he's been there for the highs and the lows, so I appreciate the support. My Plainfield Country Club crew, thanks for watching. My Essex Fells Country Club crew, thanks for watching. My parents in South Africa, thanks for watching as well. And then my other parents in Croatia, love you guys.
Okay. Well, I'll follow that. If I forget anybody, I apologize, but big thanks to Rolling Hills and how supportive you guys have been for us in our season. We really appreciate you guys, and big thanks to Tomas Christian for all his support. In my game, I've become so much smarter because of him. And just thank you to the Miloids for hosting this weekend.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to forget somebody, but thanks, Mom. Love you.
We love you.
Thank you. Congrats again.
Thank you.
So we're going to wrap it here from the women's finals from the Detroit Invitational. We wish everyone a happy and healthy holiday, a healthy new year. The tour takes a break for the holidays, but we'll be back at the beginning of 2025 with coverage at the 12th stop on the APTA Tour, the Fairfield Open, right out of Macy's Club, Rolling Hills, on January 3rd and 4th from Fairfield, Connecticut. Night all.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends, and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.